Okay, good morning guys. So I've been off obviously for a week and a bit due to illness. A lovely case of COVID topped with a chest infection, so I'm going to give it my best today. You might hear my voice wobbling a little bit, you might notice the screen getting muted a couple of times. If I do need to have a mad coughing fit, I'll try and do it without deafening you guys. So, where we're up to at the moment then, so back end of October I had a secret squirrel commission. It had to be done offline. I couldn't do any of that on stream, couldn't show you guys what I was doing, can't even really talk to you about it, so unfortunately it was a bit of a write-off for the rest of the month for everything else. So it was a very well-paying commission. Unfortunately the client left it till, instead of having like 3 months of discussion, they left it till there was 3 weeks till the deadline to press the go button on it. So then it was all hands on deck. It was a bit of a mad dash. And obviously that had a knock-on effect then to the monthly delivery. So the October set never actually got finished. So I sculpted this guy the other day. I was trying to channel Gordon Ramsay into a halfling. So I just need to hairy up his feet yet. But it's like a angry, shouty, pissed off Gordon Ramsay as a little head chef, halfling head chef. If I come down to the rest of this set, where am I now? Here. So other releases for October, we've got Alan Ailey for the Barkeep. We've got the 2 bouncers. One of them is I think it's called Clank. He's an animated armour set. The Schooner, who's a half female, half ogre bouncer. Then we've got 2 waiters. So we've got a tubby one and a skinny hipster. Morning Bunker, you right mate? And then we've got the chef trio going in. So we've got our little chef Gordon. Oh, and these guys as well, sorry. These will be part of the October release. I seem to have lost him now. Right, here we go. Here's little Gordon. Let's just get his feet harried up. To be honest, Bunker mate, the times when I've actually had energy to do stuff, I've been trying to get them, the models for Crystal Collapse painted so they're ready to rock. I can't remember, did I show you guys Tarot as well? Did I do him on stream? I can't even remember. Let's see if we can find the pictures. So Crystal Collapse wise, we've had a little bit of a rework on the release strategy again. So we are going to be going to pre-order. We're not doing Kickstarter. We think too many big companies have failed to deliver basically, and it's caused this kind of lack of trust in the marketplace, and we don't want to fall victim to that. So we want to make sure that it's obvious to everybody when we release the game that it's done. Do you know what I mean? It's ready to go. Here we go. We've got our little tarot. Crazy little pig guy. And then our little hob killer, goblin slayer. He's going to be a special release, so the only way you'll get this guy is pre-order the game and sign up to the mailing list at the same time. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that anybody who's done both, anybody who's on the pre-orders, if they're on the mailing list, they'll get this guy thrown in for free, and he'll be the first of our mercenaries of the month. And then Gil. I remember sculpting Gil on stream. I don't know if I posted him on stream. So we got this berserker, big ass berserker guy. I did start the pig guy. Yeah, I couldn't remember. That's why it feels like it's been so long since I streamed now. Can't remember what I've done and what I haven't done. Okay, so little Gordon anyway. Let's copy him, paste him into the same with the other guys. So we should be about 20mm tall, if I remember right. How you been keeping anyway, Bunker? You doing well, mate? There we go. Do you think I should stand Mini Gordon on a barrel? Give him a bit of height. Your first large-scale figurine statue, mate. I thought the gnomes were your kind of foray into large-scale. What you been printing? Oh, nice. So the what's his name now? The guy who does the big superhero statues. I was calling him Cyrix, or I think he's had a couple of different names. I'm guessing he's been shut down a few times, but. You know, I watched Suicide Squad the other day as well, like the newest one with John Cena in it. It was a funny film, that was. I watched the first one quite a while ago, but I don't remember a lot about it. Never did watch Birds of Prey, but then I watched that third one. I was just chuckling like a good man. Have you posted pics of the Harley Quinn statue, Bunker? Oh, do you know what? I would recommend. I'd recommend the Suicide Squad. I mean, there's a character in it called Weasel. Add me in stitches. I won't tell you what happens to Weasel, but. But they've got a really good cast in there. It's a really unusual. Are they superheroes? They're super villains, aren't they? Really. As much as it pains me to admit it, as well, I haven't seen this myself, but I've heard good things about the Marvels. So I know it's like, I know people are like going massively anti-Disney and stuff like that, and there's the backlash they're facing. But people I know who have actually been to watch it have said it's a pretty decent movie. So I think I'd be willing to give it a go, give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, and I've got some modifications to be doing to my office later in the week. So, obviously, I was saying on Discord the other day about the stink of the resin. So one of the things I did notice was the Anycubic Standard Plus resin, which I was kind of singing its praises of. Basically, it's got the same kind of properties, all the things I like about Frozen Sonic 4K, Frozen Aqua 4K resin. All the flexibility and the detail and everything else is all there. on the Standard Plus from Anycubic, and it's less than half price. So it's like £22 a bottle instead of 46. Now the downside is, which I came to realise afterwards, it stinks to high heaven. Now I didn't notice it so much being in the office with it, but when I went back into the house, my wife and kids are all complaining about how bad my clothes smell. So like the smell was like clinging to me, and they've never complained when I've used the other stuff. So I've kind of come to the conclusion that it's not a good idea for me to be in the office with printers running 24/7. Probably the reason I'm getting chest infections and stuff, to be honest. So I've got all the materials for a partition wall. I've got an external extractor fan going into the wall. Well, into the outside wall at least. Currently I'm just running air purifiers, which obviously aren't good enough. So I've got the extractor fan ready to go in, I've got a partition wall ready to go up. So I'll have a third of my office is going to be kind of like boxed off and segregated to make room for it. So I'll take a few before and after pictures so I can show you guys how it looks now, which is a bit of a mess if I'm honest, but how it looks now and how it's going to look afterwards. Go over onto multi-stream, so if anybody's on YouTube or Facebook, I do apologise, I've missed anything you've been saying. Alright, there we go, there's Mini Gordon. Actually, just blend his neck in and give him some exploding veins up his neck, I think. The Anycubic HD resin's worse. To be honest, I'll be honest, mate. I think what you'll find is the cheaper the resin, the worse it's going to smell. Because I know I spoke to can't remember his name now. He was basically a distributor for the Nextdent resins that I used to use back when I first started printing. They were like 280 quid a litre. And they were crazy, but they were super high detail resins for production. Could be vulcanized and everything. It's like a dental model resin. And this stuff was fantastic. Didn't have any smell. It didn't irritate you when you got it on your skin, which is another thing I've noticed as well with the Anycubic, is if I get it on my skin, it does kind of leave an itchy burn. The Aqua 4K doesn't so much. So yeah, this guy I was talking to him, and I said to him, like, have you got any other resins that are similar in properties to the Nextdent stuff, but not so expensive? And he basically turned around and says, look, he says, you know, you're dealing with different grades of materials. He said, and if you want the premium properties, he says, you need to pay the premium prices. He says they're not just priced ridiculously because that's, you know, they want to make a ton of cash on them. I mean, I'm sure that's partly it, but you know, premium pricing is a thing after all. But yeah, the quality of the materials that go into the resin makes a difference. And obviously the better quality materials that are going to reduce the smell, they're going to reduce the irritations and all that kind of stuff, they are going to be more expensive. So I think you'll find things like TGM7 by Mamira Labs. I didn't notice any smell with that. So like, I think you will find the pricier resins are going to be the ones that you're going to want to use if you want to keep your 3D printing stink free. And then the other one I really need to pull my finger out and get a hold of some of this stuff, but is the Wargamer resin from Fohammer. So I need to have a serious chat with Ross, get some samples sent out, and start using that, because if it's as good as Ross is suggesting it is, and I can switch out my production for it, it's the same price as my Aqua 4K, except it's water washable, which means I haven't got to have all the isopropyl in the office, which is the other big source of stink. That'd be rather nice, wouldn't it, I think? So, yeah, we'll see. Okay, there we go. Little hairy Gordon. Yeah, mate. It's bad sometimes. Like again with my bad chest over the last week. I only just finished my antibiotics yesterday, but I can come down to the office now and it's all right. I haven't printed down here for a while, so it's kind of like the smells are all dissipated. But the thing I've definitely noticed is, like, last week I couldn't come to the office. I literally couldn't get in here because I came down here a couple of times for things, and when I came down here I was just coughing a lung up. It was horrible. So whatever's in the air here is an irritant beyond what's like in the house or anywhere else. And obviously it's got to be the resin fumes, hasn't it, and the isopropyl and stuff. And I've got the filter mask and everything else, but I question how much that's going to really kind of, protect you. So get this guy dynameshed. This guy is dynameshed already. Alan's dynameshed. Schooner's dynameshed. I haven't named him, have I? No. So you guys didn't actually see this guy being done. I did him the other day. Couple of little bits I just need to finish on him. Nothing mega. Okay. There we go. So right, so I need to do 2 more waiters. Not waiters, sorry. Chefs. So it says Zesty Sous Chef, so I'm going to do Marco Pierre White as the next one. And then there's a blind pastry chef. Oh, this is painfully slow. It's a 300 meg file. It should come down a lot faster than this. Bear with me a minute, guys. forget that. I was going to try and download the bit of work I did on it in the house the other day. Morning, Alistair, mate. How are we doing? One is feeling a little bit better, thank you, matey. I was saying, after having a COVID and a chest infection for the last week, it's wiped me out. Bouncing back a little bit, thank you, mate. Same size, that's fine. Krishna, how are you? Good morning. Mate, if you got any test kits anymore, they're probably no good anyway. You gotta go down to the chemist and buy them now, ain't you? But I never understand what does it do anymore, because before it was like, you don't need a test to tell you you've got a cold or anything, do you know what I mean? But before you couldn't do things if you had COVID. What brings you into the stream this morning, Krishna? You just chilling, or you looking for some sculpting advice, or just want to see how things are done? Fair dues. You a sculptor yourself, or a gamer, or a miniature painter? Ah, very nice. Christian, feel free to share any links to your own Instagrams and stuff. We've got a Discord channel as well, if you're not already in there. We've got like places you can go and post poster artwork for your characters and stuff. If you want to share any of your bits. Should be a link in the description, I think. Oh, 3D, sorry, mate. Do you do miniatures then, or do you do video games? Let's get on to our second chef, which will be a Marco Pierre White. Why have we got fighting imps on here still? Let me just find photo reference to Marco Pierre White. Oh, the other one's got to be him in it. Oh, where was that picture I just found then? That one. Let's give something like that. Just delete all the internals, close the holes. Auto group. Right, if I'm clever about this and I don't go too far down the sculpting rabbit hole with this guy, I can reuse this chef's outfit to create the third guy. And save myself a little bit of work. Wormy Pooh Bear, great name. So I don't know if they kind of already done it, haven't they? With I can't remember the games they made now. There's those the strategy games, the Warhammer strategy ones. I keep seeing them pop up on Steam actually. I can't think what they're called. I see Warhammer now and I kind of switch off a little bit. To be honest, I think the thing you'll find with Games Workshop is they're so deeply ingrained in their own IP. And I know they've taken on Lord of the Rings, but that's got like pedigree, hasn't it? Do you know what I mean? But I don't know whether Warcraft might be a bit kind of below them, a bit counterproductive in them taking that on. What was it called now? It's gonna do my head in this season. You have to just pop Steam up and just see what the what the thing was. Yeah, I think they did. They've done a few like that. There was God, there was an old one they did. Bunker, are you on there, mate? Can you remember what the old? No, not Dawn of War. It was pre that. It was before that. It was Oh man, that's gonna like really pickle my brain now. So you got Realms of Ruin. You got Warhammer Total War. I don't think it was Shadow of the Horned Rat. It was before that one. It was like Empire versus Orcs and Goblins and things like that. Guy, you sent me down a rabbit hole here now, Pooh Bear. Warhammer. Oh, it might have been Shadow of the Horned Rat actually, mate. Dark Omen. Dark Omen, that was the one. That was a good game. Yeah, there's been quite a few over the years actually. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one anyway. Can't believe I forgot what it was called, man. Me and my mates used to play that one. This was before the time of like online gaming. So me and my mates used to play it with network PCs. play multiplayer with 2 PCs in the same house. Yeah, Dark Omen was an awesome game. But I say they kind of did those kind of ones that were Warcraft-esque. So it was about the same kind of time that Warcraft was popular, but so was Age of Empires. And they all kind of borrowed a bit from each other, didn't they? I want to see more games like Dungeon Keeper. I do. Yeah, do you know, I fired that one up again fairly recently for my son. He's he's just turned 8. Well, so recently turned 8, and he likes his strategy games. He keeps playing these like Kingdom Builder type ones on his tablet, but they're all crap. I don't like them. They're all time waster type games that don't really achieve anything. So no matter how much time and effort you put into it, there's just stuff. You have to do stuff all the time. Do you know what I mean? It never really gets you anywhere. You want a game that you can actually finish and complete. Dungeons 4. They did a Dungeon Keeper mobile game, didn't they? And it wasn't quite right because they'd still got this whole thing where other people could come and raid your dungeon and smash it all down and stuff. And I don't like those kind of competitive games. I just want to play solo. Oh yeah, he'd love Warcraft 3 actually. So he's finished Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. He's done the Zelda games for the Switch. Desperate to play Assassin's Creed at the moment, but it's a bit too sweary, so I can't let him play that yet. I actually don't even mind the killing part of it, it's the swearing I object to. Riz, how you doing, mate? Yeah, if there was a swear filter on Assassin's Creed, I'd definitely let him play it. I let him play the historical versions. I don't know if anybody's had a go with them or not, but Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Assassin's Creed Origins, there's the Egyptian one, they've both got a historical mode on them, where you can fire it up and you can play the game but without the killing aspect, and you can explore and you get history lessons about ancient Egypt or about ancient Greece. So it's quite good for educational side of things. And with Jacob as well, he's doing about Sparta and Athens at the moment in school. So he has been playing a little bit of the Assassin's Creed Odyssey with the history mode. Can't remember what they call it now, like curated mode or something, I think. It's really cool. Do you know, I really enjoy it actually, because it's really interesting hearing about it. Like he was doing one the other day in Assassin's Creed where they were talking about how they used to use some mollusk to create purple dye for clothes. And there were whole towns where there were like seaside towns in Greece. They used to just stink to high heaven because they were boiling up these dead mollusks to make this purple dye. And it was one of these kind of like haunting things that people have written about, that kind of like things that like just stick with them and have scarred them for life. And when they were travelling the world, and they land in these towns in ancient Greece, and the smell of this putrid boiled mollusk just kind of like permeates everything. Well, it sounds bloody awful if I'm honest, but it's interesting learning about it. So how you doing anyway, Riz? What have you been up to, dude? playing catch up in a big way. I am, mate. Well, I've had COVID, which has not been very nice. That's developed into a god awful chest infection, which has had me coughing up a lung for the last week. So I've just finished a course of antibiotics now, so that's thankfully on the mend. And all of this happened just as I was about to start building a partition wall in my office to segregate my printing area from my actual workspace. So yeah, unfortunately, it's I've got 1,000 things going on at the moment, and everything's been hampered and put on hold because of bloody illness. And on top of that, I've not been able to actually come down the office for over a week because of the COVID as well, because of the fumes in the office, which ironically is why I've got all the building materials in to deal with the fumes. But the smell of my office and the fumes and everything down here have been so bad that, like, I've walked in here and I've ended up kind of in a mess, basically, just coughing and spluttering and not able to do anything. So today's actually the first day I've been able to come down here and actually spend time in the office. So I'm not sure if I'll make it to a full stream today or not, but hopefully, fingers crossed. I feel better now anyway. So cheers, Riz. Yeah, I do feel better. I mean, I felt like I was dying earlier, like, you know what I mean? But how long? God, it was probably a week Friday. So I don't think for a minute it's entirely gone, but yeah, I've been trying to have a couple of little catch-ups with Max as well, because Max is going hell for leather at the moment on Crystal Collapse. It's looking awesome. There isn't, mate. Can't remember what it was called now, but yeah, it was this the purple. It was a purple clothes dye made from boiled mollusks, and it was fermented boiled mollusks, I think it was, or something like that. It was. I mean, it sounded bloody disgusting, frankly, but. Oh, Elston, have you had a chance to have a look at the Crystal Collapse minis yet, mate? I've got the next set of them to actually get over to get prepped. I need to send in the remaining few because we're back to pre-orders as well. By the way, we're not going to be doing a Kickstarter on it. Me and Max have had a few more chats over the last week. We think too many companies have screwed up major Kickstarters, and it's going to cause people to have a little bit of a loss of faith in the system. if you need if you want the images for colour schemes, by the way, mate, let me just show you. Head over to the website, go to Crystal Collapse, and on here we've got there we go, the individual characters, artwork. So we've got the Kingdom of Ireland characters, we've got Hector, Lisa, Nagald and Joshua. Then we've got the House Basalia. We've got Corrado, Victoria, Roland and Lily. So Roland and Lily are still to come. They're the next on my hit list. So the ones you've actually got two characters from, you've got Corrado and Victoria, and you've got Fina and Hannah. Originally they were a faction together, but they were a faction based around an event in the story. So we decided rather than doing the story faction, we were going to go for factions. So we've now got the Cat People, it's the Kingdom of Giza. I think we're going to change that because of all the stuff that's going on in Gaza at the moment. Giza is going to get renamed into something different. It's a bit too close to Gaza for my liking, so we're going to just shuffle that one up a bit. Catland. I actually came up with the that word, Aluros. No, Kingdom of Aluros, I think it will be, but Aluros is basically an ancient Greek word for cat. So yeah, so I'll get you copies of Gil and Taro, and then as soon as they're finished, Roland and Lily, and that'll be the first starter set. And we're also going to be using our Ifrit model in there as well, so you've already painted him. So. Okay. Get back to Mr. Pierre White. No, mate, I've just told you. Aluros. Elston, you're a wronger, mate. It does remind me of like... In fact, I'm not even going to get into it on stream, but there's a scene at the beginning of Dusk Till Dawn, and I'll never forget my mate watching this scene with his parents and having one of those real kind of uncomfortable parent chats where you're trying to make small talk. Basically culminating in, instead of saying, are all these vampires, are all these pussies? And it was a scene with Martin Cheech outside the club, a club called the Titty Twister. I don't know if you'll remember that bit or not, but if you've not seen the original Dusk Till Dawn, watch it, it's brilliant. The sequels, garbage, forget they exist. There. Guys, give me a minute. I was going to take a quick call. Pop you on a BRB and just don't go away, okay? That won't be 2 minutes. Okay guys, I'm back now. Let's merge that to the close. I watched another very good film last night. If you've not seen it, I'd encourage you to kind of dig it out. It's called Legend, and it's the story of the Krays with Tom Hardy playing both of the Kray brothers. It's a bit more of a Hollywood version of it, but it's very entertaining. Let's move Angry Little Gordon. Didn't Marco Pierre White always used to wear a bandana? Oh, do you know, it was, yeah, Ross, Fohammer Ross was telling me about that bunker. And he recommended that. So, would you recommend it, Bunker? The Fall of House Usher? Oh, only 8 episodes in the whole series. There's not too much to try and catch up on then and watch. I'll give it a go. Any other TV recommendations at the moment? Oh yeah. Do you know, I watched a very interesting one earlier on actually. I can't remember what the podcast was I was watching, but it was they were talking about this this bloke whose name I can't remember, so the story's pointless. But basically, he was a 33rd degree Mason, which is virtually Illuminati. And the guy published a book, and you might know about this one yourself already, Bunker, but published a book. Well, published letters to wrote letters to people that have been published into a book, where he's outlined how they were going to engineer World War 1, 2 and 3. And all the World War 3 stuff basically is focused around Israel and Hamas over in Gaza and Palestine and all that kind of business at the moment. So you never know with these things. I'm very, very sceptical of things like this, because if I've only just heard about them now, who's to say that they haven't only just been created and engineered to kind of present a certain way or present a certain narrative? It's like I can't trust pictures anymore on the internet. Albert Pike, that's the dude, Riz. Yeah, that's the one, mate. Has that been debunked or anything, or is it legit? Do you know? Yeah, look it up, guys. Have a little look into Albert Pike. World War predictions. It's not even predictions. It's basically engineering, because if it's true, they've planned and premeditated the 3 world wars. Oh, there you go. 3worldwars.com, Albert Pike. So, I need to have a look at that now, Riz. We have a load. Yeah, it really it really is. You can see there's bits of misinformation all over the place, isn't there? And come on. Like the thing I'm seeing at the moment, obviously the whole thing with Donald Trump at the moment, like all of the kind of the stuff against him, all seems to be very much kind of engineered to kind of like cause problems and almost detract attention from something. I'm not sure what though. Well, there was another thing I saw online earlier, and they were talking about it was I think it was a general. It was one of these shorts, so I didn't clock it all, but it was a general, and they were talking about when the Americans went and invaded Iraq, and when he got the order to invade Iraq, it wasn't just invade Iraq. In 24 hours, the plan changed, and it became a plan of how they were going to invade 7 more countries in 5 years, and it was like Syria, Sudan, those kind of places. But with no reasons given. I can't even load this 3 World Wars website there. Here we go. So this is the timeline they've dictated for World War III. So the prelude begins with various events, including September the 11th bombings. Excuse me. Act 1, the Middle East. Widespread conflict to bring the entire region into flames of war, possibly triggered by Iran or militants in Pakistan using North Korean supplied nuclear arms. First scene in the act is the US invasion of Iraq in 2003. Act 2, Israel at war. Against her Arab neighbours, possibly Palestine, a Palestinian state will be established so that all Israelis will be fully separated from Palestinians. Listen out for a mention of a 7-year treaty to be confirmed by a world leader, possibly Bush, only for Israel to viciously attack Palestine shortly after. Act 3, the Far East. Hair-raising nuclear confrontation that threatens mankind's existence, including China invading Taiwan and a nuclear eruption on the Korean Peninsula. Oh yeah. Yes, all this stuff keeps popping up now, and it's like, where you at, Riz? The link you posted, mate. But the thing I saw in the it doesn't seem to be mentioned on this one, but the thing that they were talking about online earlier, it was all around destabilising religion. So yeah, I just clicked on the World War III link at the top of the page. I couldn't actually load the page you sent me, so I had to go to the root page. But yeah, they were talking about destabilising religion, and they wanted Israel and what are they called? Morning, Adam. How you doing, matey? Yeah, much better now, thank you, dude. Yeah, according to these plans, they want Israel and Hamas to basically destroy each other. And then the next steps in the plan are the destruction of Christianity and the destruction of atheism. And I don't understand how they think they're going to destroy atheism unless they can present to God, because that's the whole point of atheism. Cheers, Elston. Well, your sound trigger hasn't played yet. Is it just massively delayed? Yeah, there we go. Ah, no, you ballsed it up, didn't you? You put the exclamation mark the wrong way. You clanger. Good man. Just in time for some conspiracy theories about World War III, mate. They rarely do they, Riz? But the thing is, I don't know how much of this stuff has been like posthumously edited. Do you know what I mean? So like, obviously we know certain things have happened. We know certain events. Oh well, the new religion is apparently Satanism. Oh no, Satanism brought about by aliens. Yeah, you're right. Because they reckon the Antichrist is the Antichrist is due to arrive, and that's an alien human hybrid. As I say, you read some of it and then you kind of go, they always seem to descend into like daftness then. I mean, the thing is, these things are only relevant, they're only applicable if you believe in the Illuminati controlling everything that goes on in the world, do you know what I mean? And I don't think it's possible to control everything like that. When you've got people like, you know, Kim Jong-un and Putin and stuff like that are kind of blatantly not going to play by the rules and stuff like that. And obviously, any kind of plans and stuff are just going to stuff up, aren't they? But I think the issue is you've got these different ideologies, haven't you? And the ideologies are apparently, according to this, what's the key? Like reading these things, what I heard earlier basically suggested that Marxism and socialism have basically been constructed to destabilise the world, and to bring about all of these kind of catastrophic financial circumstances that lead people to like despair and become more what's the word? More susceptible to influence, if you like. Yep, fun times indeed. I think the US is struggling to push anything at the moment. Between Biden and Kamala Harris and the other kind of cronies they've got going on, they don't seem to have things in order. Like they do not have, you know, if these are like the Illuminati people who are supposed to be kind of keeping all these like secrets and stuff, they're not doing a great job of it, are they? She's going out there brain farting out all of their secrets by accident when yeah, I mean, I've got no doubt that there's people in American politics who are engineering some of this shit show that we're all living through at the moment. Not just American politics either. I've said before, British politicians have screwed us all up, and it's obvious that they've done it as well. It's like they can't even be subtle about it anymore. It's like there's too much information out there for people. What are you posting, Bunker? Let's get a little nosy in on that in a sec. Exactly, Bunker. Let's have a little gander. Bloody hell, that is a big one, isn't it? Sanix, that's the one I'm thinking of. Is that a Sanix model, or is that something from somewhere else? Sanix and Malix, I think he's been called over the years. So. Go, let's do the Mono 2. The resin as well, Bunker, is that the Soraya Tech Creamy? ABS like. And the Cubic Standard Plus. Oh, it's good resin, but is that they do that in a in the skin colour, do they? The Anycubic Standard, sorry mate. I didn't know they did it in the skin tone. Like the creamy colour. Hey, yeah, how are you doing? I'm feeling better. I still feel a little bit not quite right. There's no doubt you're hearing, Mum. Well, I feel like my voice feels strained. That's how I feel. But other than that, I feel alright. grey. I'm sure it was. That definitely looks like a skin colour to me. Or maybe it's just the light on the thing. Maybe it is. Bunker, is the base supposed to look like that? It looks really like uneven. It's just me being a muppet, mate. A colourblind muppet at that, ain't it? Yeah, proper, mate. Always causes me issues when I'm painting models. It tends to be more subtle things with me that I can't differentiate between. It's not like I can't see the colours at all, but I can't differentiate between certain tones. Red I really struggle with. I can't see projected red light, so things like laser pens, or if you projected like an alarm clock onto a wall, can't see that. But I can see like a red light at a traffic light because there's a light bulb behind a red lens. That makes sense, so I can see that it's lit up. If you give me a whole page of black text, put one single red word in there, I'll never be able to find it. Well, yeah, exactly. And then, if you give me a black page, a red page with one black word on it, I won't be able to find a black word. If you give me bright blue with bright red or bright green, I end up with an instant migraine. So the old 3D format where you used to have the red, green, and blue kind of chromatic appearance kind of thing going on. That was always a nightmare. Now I can see tonal differences, but I literally so. Let me see if I can explain it. I can see value. I can see value in the colours, but I can't really see where you get two colours where the value is close. So like, what colour is Mr. Bean's Mini? Because I've always said Mr. Bean drove a yellow Mini. See, I literally can't see in a room with red light bulbs. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, it's honestly it's a weird one. There was a girl called Kerry who I went to school with, and she found out that I was colourblind and I couldn't see red. And our PE T-shirt was red, and she got a bit sheepish around me. And it turned out she thought I was watching her running around topless. And it's like it's not X-ray vision, it's not a superpower. Do you know what I mean? It's a disability here. This is, you know, if only. Nice girl, but very daft. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I have here as well. The spot tests. That was how we found out I was colourblind in the first place. Actually, I did one of them when I was at primary school, and they identified it then. So I've known most of my life, but it's it's just one of the things you get on with. But there's times when I end up having to paint a lot of black and red onto models for like, you know, even like the what's his name? The models on the let me show you. I'm trying to bloody talk here and it's not working. Oops. It's like here we got the crystal collapse miniatures I've been painting, and obviously you can see over on Naggled over this side we've got some red going on with black. It's a bad combination for me. He's not too bad generally speaking colour wise. Joshua's got a load of black and red, which again can be a problem. She's got red and blue, but I've had to make sure I've used specific tones of blue to not clash with the red too much for me. And then we've got her over here again, red and black, lots of it. Generally will cause me a problem. And what I have to do is I have to make sure that I paint all of the red in one go. It's really difficult for me to go back in and start trying to adjust it after the event. I can do it, but it's something I've had to adapt to over a long period of time. There we go, we've got some shots of crystal collapse being played here as well. Some of Max's recent play testing. Oh guys, do you know what? I'm going to pop you on a BRB. I've got to go get the door, but I'm going to go and grab a coffee while I'm up there as well. So do not go away. I won't be long. I'll be back to you shortly. See you in a minute, guys. Okay guys, just back now. What have I missed? Yeah, the dollars spent on those paintbrushes. Yeah, there's I think I've got a problem sometimes, to be honest. Yeah, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 Winsor and Newtons in there. I've got a set of Artist Opus brushes, a set of Broken Toad brushes. But some of them are just cheap crap ones from cheers Bunker. Some of them are just cheap crap brushes from like Amazon. Like this one here, this is like a makeup brush. But they were like cheap ones, they're not expensive ones. They're not the Special Artist Opus makeup brushes. But I don't think you need great brushes, to be honest. I mean, I've invested in various different sets. Yeah, I didn't buy them as a set though. I've just bought odd brushes here and there just to treat myself. Although I did make a wicked discovery the other day. I found my box of Artist Opus brushes when I was having a bit of a clean out of my office about a week or 2 ago. Just before I got too ill to come down here again. And I found a size 0 brush that I'd never used, not opened, still in the original box. And God knows why I've left that one in there and taken all the others out. Hey Rich, how we doing, matey? Right, chef's trousers, what do we reckon? Baggy trousers or better, thanks mate, better. Despite how I might sound. You got the lurgy too there, mate. Oh, I sound rough. Cheers, mate. Thanks. I'll let you off though. You're not wrong. Yeah, no, I didn't quite get to the mute button in time on that one, unfortunately. Apologies for that, guys. I hate doing it though. I hate coughing because, like, you know, when you talk to somebody and like they're going on about, oh, you know, you sound ever so ill, and then like when you phone up work, you tell them you're not coming in because you're not well, and then you cough. It's like, fuck, you know, now I think I'm blagging it. Like, now I think I'm just a ham actor because I'm coughing down the microphone. Like, but my nipper does it as well. Like, when I took him to the doctors for cough recently, I thought he had a chest infection. He sat there, good as gold, playing away on his phone and whatever else, on my phone rather. And then when the doctor was talking to him, suddenly he starts coughing, and I'm looking at him, kind of going, "Dude, you don't need to like cough to make a point." Do you know what I mean? It's like he's like doing it on cue almost. But I've just brewed myself up some honey, lemon and ginger tea. Got a big jug of the stuff sat here. Can't even drink coffee at the moment, you know. Yep, that's the one, mate. It's like whenever I've actually been ill from work, to the point where I've had to phone in and not go in, I hate phoning in, because it's kind of like, oh yeah, I can't come in today, I'm not well. And then they're kind of like, you sound alright. It's like, would you want me to do dramatic coughing down the line to you so you can take the piss or something? I was like, you know, what do you want? There you go. I'm very clearly not well because I'm coughing down the phone at you. We get the sick voice, don't you? Hello. Can't come in today because I'm not well. Oh, you sound terrible. I am. I really am. Buttercup. What's buttercup, mate? Oh my god, I think I've overdone it on the ginger in this. Oh, cough medicine. I don't know, I'd have gone Cavonia, but I'm never convinced any of them do anything. My mum's into all this like alternative herbal type stuff, and she'll give you advice like chop up an onion and stick it in your socks. Some shoes, and then I need to clone this dude. I'm going to do 2 variations to make 2 different chefs. I haven't seen any Black Friday deals on printers actually. I've seen Black Friday deals for hang on, let me turn this music down a bit because it's a bit bloody loud. I've seen Black Friday deals on lots of resins and filaments. Yeah, lots of Black Friday deals going on with resin and filament, but I didn't actually see any for printers. I mean, 3D Jake is still running their sale. I'll be honest, mate. Actually, do you know what? Decent prices going on here now. Sonic Mini 8K S, 278 quid instead of 349, bargain. Elegoo Mars 4 Ultra. Again, that's going to be a good, decent printer. 258 quid. That's what I'm using at the moment, the Saturn 3 Ultra, 428, a bargain. I'll be honest, if I had a bit more cash sitting around, I'd be getting another one of them. Okay, so this is me being really controversial here, but I would actually say, although I've never been an advocate of the Elegoo printers, I've been very, very impressed by the Saturn 3 Ultra. I only got it because they did away with the bullshit build plate, so they've got a proper build plate in there. Really good printer, really good quality. Quick. and it's got the inbuilt air purifier too, which is a bonus. The Mars 4 is 9K instead of 8K, and I would suggest you will probably get more for your money from that than you would from the Sonic Mini 4K, Sonic Mini 8K. Right. Trying to see if it doesn't mention it, but obviously it does show it here. It comes with the in-chamber air purifier again. But that is a thing of beauty there. That build plate right there. Yeah, the Ultra models, mate. Don't look at anything that's not Ultra. But you've got 9K resolution, you've got the smaller screen size and build plate. But they got Wi-Fi as well, so you can actually, that's the Wi-Fi antenna in there for some. I don't know why it's inside for some reason on this one. But you can, if you use their own slicer, you can remotely send files to the printer without having to use a USB stick. Oh, what's that? I spy there. Is that a USB slot in the front of the machine? You beauty. So yeah, for 258 quid, I mean, if I was looking at a more entry level printer, the Mars 4 Ultra definitely would be where I'd be going. But again, if I'm stockpiling my print farm, it's that Saturn 3 Ultra all the way, man. Although at 643 quid, the GK2 is tempting as well. Very tempting. But the fact that I'm building in a print room with air filtration and air extraction and all that kind of stuff going on in there, I don't think I'll benefit from that. If I was just using one on its own, I think the GK2 would be a brilliant one. Do you know what they got on? What have they got on for FDM printers at the moment? Neptune 4 Pro, 40 quid off, £47 off, sorry. I'd like to get an FDM printer at some point. I just don't know where to start with them. I mean, that one being enclosed appeals to me immediately. Don't know, maybe one to look at for the future. Have you got FDM as well, have you, Rich? Oh, what you got then? Oh yeah. What's the print quality like on it? Because I want something where I can get, like, minimise the layer lines. I don't care if it has to take even longer, but I can't I can't be tolerating layer lines if I'm doing stuff. What's the quality like? That's the only thing that puts me off. Is like I wouldn't want to spend hours and hours and hours printing something in FDM to have the quality come out bad. Like for me, I'd rather use the a cheaper resin, like the Anycubic Standard Plus or something like that. It's half the price. Use a cheaper resin and just use the resin printers. Yeah, do it, man. Appreciate that. Sorry, Riz. Catching, is it? Your space heater's drying you up. Ow. Sorry, guys. Randomly, I'm off to a boxing match soon. 1st of December. So my mate Chris hasn't boxed in ages. He's taken it up again recently. And he's got his first paired off match. So he's obviously asked us all to go and egg him on and cheer him on. So Chris is in his mid-30s. All the other guys at his boxing gym are in their early 20s or whatever, and they've done 15 to 20 fights each, give or take. He's got 189 fights under his belt, even though they're historic ones. So he's got a lot more experience than any of the other guys. So even though he's even though he's had his weigh-in and everything like that, and he's got his official weight and whatnot, they can't pair him against anyone in his weight category. So he's going up against a fighter who's about £20 heavier than he is. Yeah, he was just doing it for giggles at the gym originally, and then he's decided he wants to go in and kind of throw his hat in the ring, basically. So we're gonna go and watch him. I think he's down. I think he said he was 100 and. I say he said he was about 170 odd pounds. Can't remember if that's entirely right, but yeah, this was his thing, because we didn't think he was going to get a match at all originally, because they were like, yeah, we physically can't put you against anybody because you've got too much experience for your weight category. So now he's going up someone who's, like, so about £20 heavier, I think, the other fighter, the next weight category or whatever, anyway. But he's got his fight confirmed at least, so he knows he's actually going in the ring. Oh mate, do you know what? I'll have to pick his brains and let you know if you want more information on it. But I only know what I know about boxing from what he's told me. But it's some venue in Moseley, I think. We've got to go to. Let me just double check then. Yeah, he's got to be. That's got to be about right. So he's got to be around about the 12 stone mark, 12.5 stone. So that'd be 77, 78 kilos, give or take. Yeah, ish. Somewhere around there. Alright, let's duplicate this one. So we're going to rename him as Chef Marco. And then we'll have one more. next one we need a blind chef. Oh, I don't watch any Riz. I say literally the only reason I'm going to this match is to egg on a mate, so sadly not, mate. I mean, I have watched MMA in the past, but not religiously. Tends to just be like with mates and things like that if you want to watch it. I mean, years ago myself, I did used to do, I think it's called Akijitsu? Akijitsu? Japanese street fighting, basically. But never like competitively. Let's just, oh god, what's happening there? Yes, I think what I might do is, once I finish this set of models, I might have to do a little pugilist boxer model for my mate Chris. Little commemorative thing for his first fight. I say his first fight, it's not his first fight, is it? His first fight in a while. So guys, has anybody been splashing out on Black Friday deals anywhere then? I have to confess I've been pretty good, although I have treated myself to a new mortar and pestle. So I haven't had one in about 3 years. I've been needing one an awful lot lately for cooking. And I haven't had one since the wife dropped it on the floor and smashed both the floor and the mortar and pestle. It was one of them massive, great big, heavy duty granite ones. Mortar and pestle. Or pestle and mortar if you prefer. Just WordPress plugins. Living it up there, Riz. Yeah, we used to have a big fat heavy duty mortar and pestle, or pestle and mortar. And Hayley dropped it on the floor in one of our old houses, and it smashed one of the floor tiles. Gymshark stuff. What's the Gymshark stuff, mate? Getting models off the kids. Do you get them in the Black Friday sale, mate, or they've been stashed away for the next month and a bit? Ah, fair play, mate. They do though, don't they? They run the prices up for a month before the sale, so that they can show a price drop. Keeper, what's that? So I have this. Where's it gone? Honey. So if I go onto here now, it's not doing it now. Typical that I want to try and show you. Ah, here it is. Price drop detected. So price trends over time. This one shows you on here that the price has gone from, it's gone down 8%. If I click on price history, it shows you over 30 days. We can go back to 60 days worth. Excuse me, guys. So you can see, like, there's been various low points where it's been 379, 371. So even though here, at the latest point, it's £445, which is where it's in sale, prior to that it's been 371 quid. And that was only a couple of days earlier. Yeah, I do think there's a lot of scammage going on. I mean, at no point during that 60-day period I've looked at there has that been 600 quid. In fact, has it ever been 600 quid? $553 is the highest it's been. It says 599 RRP, so in 3 months it hasn't even got near that. Morning, Dennis. You alright, mate? Yeah, I always use the honey app there because honey's great actually, because if there's discounts for things, discount codes available online, it'll scrape the net and it'll find discount codes and apply them to your basket for you. Yeah, they're always based on RRP, but then they're always also, it doesn't tell you when RRP was last actually applied to the product. It's a bit naughty, isn't it? You're living it up there, mate. Living it up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that'll be 11 models for last month. I'm happy to call it at that when it's done. we've done it. Oh, guys, give me a second. Just got the wife calling. And I'm back. Hey, Painted Dragon, how you doing, mate? I'm far better now than I was, thank you. So I've been a little bit under the weather the last week or so. Yep, COVID, chest infection, the works, mate. Cheers, Austin. So yeah, just off the back of a course of antibiotics, and I can actually talk again. I couldn't even come into the office. Literally couldn't not come in here at all because the fumes from the resin and the isopropyl and stuff were so like strong in here that even, no matter what state I was in when I was back in the house, I'd come down to the office, walk in, and it'd be like I'd just be coughing up a lung, and it's like, yeah, this is a no-go. So today's actually the first day I've been able to come back in here. And ironically, just before I fell ill with it, and it like properly wiped me out for like the last week. But whilst I was just before I was ill, I ordered a load of bloody building materials, and the building materials were to put a partition wall up in the office so that I can have a separate print area. And I've not been able to do anything with it yet, so might be my job for like Thursday or Friday this week. So Hayley's chomping at the bit to get the rest of the Christmas decorations up. Put the tree up and everything already because she goes to festive gift fair at the NEC. It's like a annual Christmas tradition for her and her mum. So they go out, immerse themselves in Christmas tat, and yeah, the Christmas tree's got to be up around about that time as well, and that's the start of the festive season for us then. So the lights are up out the front of the house. No worries, Elston. No, it's not, mate. God's sake, right guys, I'm going to have to just BRB because I've got to go and get a delivery again. Give me a second, guys. Oh, guys, back now. Elston, you wanting to go to Leeds now, are you? I was sprinting up the bloody house to go and get that delivery before the courier ran off. There's a can of spray paint. And I'm certainly not in running shape at the moment because that's wiped me out of that. Oh, the Christmas market. I thought I had Pussyland in Leeds. Now the big the festive gift fair here, it's at the NEC. It's like it's bigger than UK Games Expo. Nah, mate, whichever one appeals to you the most, really. I mean, we've got them all painted. I mean, we don't need them for promo necessarily or anything like that, but we just want to put the models in people's hands. Let's get some good feedback from them, basically. Obviously, they're a larger scale, aren't they? So they're 40mm scale. It's like the painting experience on them is going to be a little bit, you know, different. But I'd be very intrigued to see which one you go with. So without me actually saying to you which one to paint, I'd very much like to kind of see which one you actually pick. I have an inkling which one it will be. But I won't say which yet. Because Kev's got a set as well now. So I'll have to see if he gets around to doing them. You mean you're not? Second, guys. Well, that was really weird. I was coughing then, and it was like rattling through my head. And then as soon as I stopped coughing, the music had stopped and there was no noise. And I just thought, have I lost my hearing? And then the music started, and I thought, just musical interlude break. Brief moment of panic then for a minute. Oh no. They're like Thor and Loki or something. I know it's Viking themed. Alexa, shut up. No one asked you. Shut up. I can't remember. I think one of them. I think one of them's called. One of them is called Thor. Like half Thor. I just keep talking to me without being asked. Speak when you're spoken to. I really want to say the other one is called something like Loki. It's not Floki or something like that. Or Bjorn. Oh, is it Bjorn? I can't remember now. James Bond and Tony Stark. James Bond Elston, Tony Stark Elston. Or JB and TS. So I think you should just call your kid just Elston. Like, you know, go like Madonna and there's like one name. Yeah, just Elston, not Elston. Or mate, go full Final Fantasy and just call them like Cloud and yeah, you should definitely you should go with that. Elston, son of Elston. Elstonson. I should have had laser mouse on for this bit. Bit easy to get a nice reflective laser mouse on. What is it, competition? Do you know what you should do? You should throw the gauntlet down to him publicly and call him out and see if you can challenge him. You got to give him a head start though. So we all know you're the master of speed paints, or speed painting rather. Topping up my lemon and ginger tea. I think I've overdone it with the ginger in this. It's a little bit pokier than I would have probably otherwise liked. God, yeah, it's been steeping since I poured the last cup. It's not unpleasant actually. I'll call that a win. I just need to check my descriptions for the characters. Okay, so maybe a bowl, mixing bowl and a spoon for the one. Blind guy, I think. Rolling pin for the old lady. I haven't done an old lady, mate. Could do a rolling pin there. Now the two male chefs. The dinner lady. The dinner lady's Marco Pierre White, mate. Well, ish. In a fashion. I think the halfling was supposed to be a woman, so I've gender swapped him anyway, but it can be if you want, mate. They're fairly inconsequential NPCs, so. I mean, these are the pointless ones we were talking about before, where, like, you know, they're not even going to really be in a fight. Unless you have, like, the most bloody-minded of players who's determined to get into a fight with everybody. Which I know you do get occasionally as well. Bit of radial symmetry on. Make like a balloon whisk. Elston, important question. At some point, did T-Rex have massive arms, decided it didn't need them? Or did all the big armed T-Rexes die in an accident? The small armed ones were the only ones left to rule the earth. Well, going on the basis of selective evolution and traits being bred into creatures because they were required, I would suggest that T-Rex's arms basically must have just at some point become redundant. Otherwise they'd have kept them. There's got to come a point when they kind of went, oh, we don't need these anymore, we've got these massive ass mouths. Maybe the arms are adding a bit too much extra weight to the upper body. So you think you're throwing me a curveball here, mate, but I get these questions every bloody night from Jacob. And increasingly Willow. It's just being a parent, mate. You just get all these kind of things all the time. You had a corker of a question the other night. I'm trying to remember what it was now. Was that accident and mutation? True, but mutations that weren't beneficial, they would have basically died off, wouldn't they? So yes, a random mutation could have spawned the miniature arms. Hey Kev, how you doing, mate? Thought you were just talking about you or something now. Yeah, but mate, by the time a T-Rex has got into a hole like that, it's already got its massive head through the hole. Why were we talking about you? Well, mate, because Elston needs to throw down the gauntlet to you. Basically, you've both got a set of the two of the first sets of Crystal Collapse miniatures in circulation, and Elston's about to get them primed, so he's gets them ready to paint. Throwing down the gauntlet. I suppose, Kev, the question is, would you like to take part in a little paint off with Elston? It'll be the quality that's measured, not the speed, by the way. Where's my tool gun? There is. My widget. I lost my music for some reason. That's it. You need to unanimously agree on which model you're going to paint. And then do everything you can to trounce the other one, I suppose. Like a fight to the death. Except without any fighting or any death. So not much like a fight to the death at all, actually. I mean, to be honest, Alston, actually, thinking about it, it could be the latter choice because they all died off in the end, didn't they? So if they decided they were going to randomly leave the small arm T-Rexes in charge of everything, it would explain why dinosaurs are no longer here. Hey Ginger, how you doing? You're back from paternity so you can watch streams again. Fair play, how's little and do, mate? Like that. It's never nice, is it, taking them for the jabs? Can T-Rexes hold their hands together like a James Bond villain, or is it a futile attempt? I mean, they might be able to kind of like touch the tips of the fingers, but I don't know if they're really going to kind of... They're going to feel any kind of like, you know, benefit from that. I mean, yeah, if we look at the clearly very accurate images, I'd say they can touch their hands together. So we'll look at a skeleton for a better example. I mean, they are pretty weak, aren't they? I mean, honestly, I look at that skeleton there and I think they've stuffed this up. They've put the wrong arms on, haven't they? Because it doesn't look feasible that this massive behemoth monster has these piddly little arms. It looks ridiculous. I want to actually learn something about dinosaurs as well the other day, which I don't know if you already know. Do you know what makes a dinosaur a dinosaur? Yeah, Ginger, we're still doing crystal collapse. These are normal models here at the moment, but in the meantime, we've added a few extra models to the crystal collapse family. So let me just pull them up into the slideshow and I'll show you. Kev, you need to go sit in the corner, man. That was terrible. Right, so new models we've added to the crystal collapse family then. We've got Gil, we've got Hobkiller, and we've got Tarot. Well, Kev, I can't argue with that one, mate. So here we go. We got big berserker Gil. We got little crazy alchemist Taro. Also, if anybody's ever watched the Goblin Slayer anime, you might recognise this guy. Of course, he's not Goblin Slayer, he's Hob Killer. But he's going to be one of our mercenaries. Then we have Taro, the little cutesy little flying elephant boar thing. Yeah, he's an alchemist. And then we have Big Bad Gil. So Gil's one of the cat people. Hence the ears and the big ass tail. And yeah, he's a big berserker. Just gonna come and bust you up. Yes, Alston. I think I've forgotten something on here. I think that should have had something on it, but we'll actually leave it as is. I figured out a little something as well from a production point of view. It doesn't make viable sense to do whole faction packs printed on the printer in one go. So say we've got like these three models, if we look at them from a side profile, this guy's going to take, I mean there's no supports on here, so this is going to be a complete shot in the dark. So this print's going to take 5.5 hours estimated because of this guy being here. I'd estimate there's probably an extra hour on that. So I think that's going to be like 6.5 hours because of him and his big axe. So if I put all of him onto one plate, it's going to be a much more economical print. Because basically all of these models going on the build plate are going to be running to the same time, whereas these little guys, I could probably do them in half the time. So it'd make more sense from a kind of a logistics point of view, scheduling and whatnot, to put models of a like size on the same plate. So I think one plate of these, one plate of these, one plate of these complete is a far better way of doing it than duplicate each of these as many times as possible, fill the build plate with all of them, a mixture of all of them, and then run them off. I'm going to quickly do supports on these guys before I have to finish because I need to. To the usual, do island detection. Oh man. taking longer than I want it to take. Come back to it in a minute. Let's carry on making Mr. Whiskey. Haven't they got teeth that are like far enough apart that they're not going to get stuff stuck in them? But you're right, if they did get something stuck. Like an alligator though, isn't it, or a crocodile? You'd have to sit there with your mouth open and wait for like the little piddly dinosaurs to come in and pick all the bits from your teeth. So Ian Malcolm says, nature finds a way, mate. That's it. Yes, but mate, what you got to remember. Do you remember we talked about that Toxoplasmosis gondii, the parasite that makes people like cats? Well, not just people, but so Toxoplasmosis gondii. Its sole purpose is to be in a cat as a host. It's what it wants more than anything in the world. So a cat does a poo. But Hayley's just walked in to bring me a cup of tea here, and she's going to be wondering what's going on.
The cat does a poo.
Cheers, darling. Thanks, mate.
Go down and show you.
What's that?
How tiny.
So yeah, Toxoplasmosis gondii. So look it up if you want to see a little bit more about it. But basically, it's a little parasite that is its native host is a cat. So this thing lives inside a cat, breeds. The cat does a poo, poos out the eggs of the parasite. Other creatures walk over it or eat it or come into contact with it one way or another, and they end up consuming the eggs. So they end up with the parasite inside them. But when a parasite's not inside a cat, it wants to get back into a cat. And when this resin gets back inside a cat, or to get back inside a cat, what it does is it makes the host, it basically alters your brain to make you like cats. So things that are normally terrified of cats, like mice and birds, suddenly lose all fear and inhibition and will come out in the presence of cats, which makes them easy prey. So the cat gets their easy dinner. And the little mouse has a friend somewhere for a little bit. So yeah, so the whole thing is like there's a parasite there, which sole purpose is to kind of get back to a cat, and because everything loses its inhibitions and kind of doesn't want to, will no longer fear a cat, then obviously it becomes a drama. I think women do have the parasite. They reckon a third of the human population's got this parasite, which probably goes to explain why we have these crazy cat ladies. So I think if you ever meet a crazy cat lady, a good dose of antiparasitics might cure them. Get them back on the straight and narrow. Right then, what we're saying, Kev? The resin I recommend is awesome but unavailable on Amazon. Is that the Frozen Aqua 4K, or is that the cheaper one? That's it, mate. Any cubic standard plus 18.98. Says it's in stock. Delivery tomorrow. Oh, that's a clear one. Sorry. That'd be interesting. No, you might be right, mate. No, Standard Plus does appear to only be there in... We got Water Wash Resin Plus, £20.38. That might be worth a shot. I've used water washable previously. I used to use the Elegoo one quite a lot, but I will say the Elegoo water washable, detail wise, not amazing. The only reason I used to use it was because it was still there. You recognise that dude? It's my OG Barbarian. That was the only reason I used this resin, because they actually used my model to promote it. Not that I've got anything for that, of course. But as resin, wasn't bad. Not great on detail, but I was using a 2K printer at the time, so it might be alright now. I will caveat this actually. I'm saying they didn't give me anything. I actually did get a free Elegoo Mars printer from them. There you go. Last purchase, 22nd of November 2019. Just so you know, I'm not bullshitting you. I actually did properly use this myself, but not since 2019. So that's my go-to, Aqua Grey 4K. That'd be the one I would use every single time. Also, it doesn't have the smell. The thing I've found, Kev, as well, that the £22 the Anycubic one, it stinks to high heaven. In comparison to that, when I started using the Anycubic stuff, Hayley started complaining that I was stinking of resin when I was coming back up the house from the office. So did the kids. And when I switched back, they stopped complaining. Mate, it stinks more than you think it does. You get used to it when you're in the room with it, but from the outside it's far worse. This stuff, the Soraya-Tech's nice. 28 quid, it's worth a buy actually. The navy grey is a beautiful colour. Oh, actually this is something different, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. No. Yeah, so I've bought this one, I've used this before. So the navy grey is a gorgeous resin to use. However, it is brittle. It is really, really brittle. If you're going to use it, what you really need is a little bit of, I think it's Soraya Blue. Is it the blue they use for the flexibility? Tenacious. Thank you, Rich. There you go, Soraya-Tech Tenacious. So that obviously is showing you something being twisted around. So it's pricey, but you take your 28 quid resin and then you put 10% of this £48 resin in. So say, yeah, so would you say about 10%? About a 10% mix, is it, Rich? About 9 parts to 1 part. she's a good and bless her. She bought me a cup of tea and a Danish pastry. Yeah, so that will give you the flexibility and the detail. But honestly, that navy blue, the navy grey, like the look of that stuff, the colour on it, it shows your detail off on the models fantastically well. It's just a shame that in its native state, it's a little bit on the brittle side. Now I've got a bunch of other resins here to try. Oh, if you want cheapskate resin, mate, you want to go for this stuff, the Sunlu. There we go, 17 quid, Black Friday deal. It's gone up in price. It was more expensive than that. God, that's cheap anyway. There you go, guys. If you're going to buy it, use my affiliate link and help me get a few quid in the affiliate pot. In fact, if anybody wants to buy anything from Amazon over the next couple of days on the Black Friday sales, ping me a message and tell me what you want, and I'll send you the link for it. Oh, you switched to ABS, like. See, I want to try some of these plant-based resins at some point. But I've got see if they still sell it. No, they ain't got it anymore. Well, that's good, ain't it? Can't even get the stuff. This stuff currently unavailable. It was a very reasonably priced, and I bought a bottle to test. So I've got a 500ml bottle over on my shelf, and it was a really reasonable price. Actually, it might be a 1 litre bottle I've got, but honestly, I've got so many like tester bottles now. Kev, if this is for your own use, go for it, but if you're doing professional stuff where you're going to be selling any prints, don't cheap out on the resin. It'll come back and bite you in the arse later. In fact, I'd almost advise that you go and get your hands on some AMD free, TGM7. Yeah, mate. For tabletop gaming. Or if you're talking to Ross at Fohammer, ask him about his tabletop resin, his Wargamer resin. Ian over on Facebook, thanks for the like, mate. Hope you're keeping well. I'll save the Elsong chefs. Ross's one's 45 quid a litre, mate. Ain't bad going. Commercially, it's what you need. Because what you definitely don't want is a reputation for being a cheap ass with the materials and sending out like crap stuff. I mean, think about it. Like the cost of a model at £45 a litre, it works out to be about 5p a gram. Average model's about 3 or 4 grams, maybe. So even at £45 a litre, one model is only costing you realistically 40 to 50p. You know, if you're selling them for like 7 quid or whatever. I mean, even if you spend 75 quid a litre and get the TGM7, yeah, £81.60. They're charging for it here. 5 litres at 346. What's that work out per litre? Okay, so it's £81.60 including the VAT for 1 litre, or £69.36 a litre including the VAT for 5 litres. And actually, that 69 quid a litre for TGM7 is good. It's a good price. And that stuff's worth its weight in gold as well, so it's like... In fact, you could probably mix that with a cheaper resin and get that kind of that flex in there. Is the Anycubic Standard Plus available anywhere at the moment? Oh, that's novel. What's that? Is that a bag of resin? What's this about then? 1.5 kilo. Maybe that's why they're not doing the. 4 for the price of 3. Well, there you go, Kev. 30 quid for 1.5 litres, that's just £20 a litre. Let's have a quick look at these guys and see if we can get them supported. Oh, on the topic of colour blindness, we mentioned earlier, I will say this messes my eyes, big style. Yeah, the standard plus it's good. Quality wise, it's good. But I think it's going to choke you to death. So for me personally, I'll probably carry on using it now that I've got when I got my petition wall up. But if I didn't have, well, I haven't got my petition wall up yet, sorry. But once I've got my petition wall up, I'll quite happily carry on using it because I'll have the room like extracted and vented. But yeah, if I wasn't doing that, I don't think I would carry on using because of the smell. Yeah, the problem there, Kev, is like when you've got an open window, you've also got drafts coming in, and the drafts can affect the printer. So even if you've got the the room needs to still have its temperature maintained. Your print area, your printer itself is going to have to do it. If you get cold drafts coming in the winter when it's like freezing out, you're going to find it's getting really. You're going to be getting like random fails. I mean, try it and see how you get on. But you need to keep it. You need to keep it away from the open window because you don't want any direct drafts getting onto it, really. Right, along this edge here, I'm just going to put a few extra supports in. Kev, honestly, mate, it absolutely is. There's so many things that can like stuff you up and go wrong. That's why I always say don't use the Elegoo printers. I mean, the Ultra's an exception, but the Ultra's fine because it's got a different build plate. But if you start looking at like the original the original Marses and stuff, you have these spring-loaded build plates with a ball joint in them, and it's the most god-awful design like known to man, because something that's already got a million different ways of failing, it kind of goes and introduces an extra one, which is just ridiculous, really. You want to be removing points of failure, not building them in because you're bloody minding this for design, you know what I mean? It feels like they were just so determined to be different to everybody else. But they haven't done like different in a good way. Mike, how you doing, matey? Thank you for the raid, mate. It's an early finish for you today, isn't it? Warhammer Mom, how you doing? Shadow Wolf, good afternoon. 30 kilograms of orders to pack, mate. Lucky you is what I'll say there, mate. 30 kilograms of orders can't be a bad thing. How was the stream anyway, mate? You still on the you still doing all your Dungeons and Lasers stuff, or you finished all that now? It's my first stream back for about a week and a bit now because I've had COVID and a chest infection. Couldn't even come into my office because of the fumes of bloody resin. Nice, mate, nice. Well, guys, for anyone who doesn't already know me, I'm Dan. I'm a sculptor at Liontown Miniatures. I do Mike's Moansverse stuff for him. Following the designs of Red Straw Baby. I've been sculpting for, got over 20 years now. Painting miniatures for 35. Digitally sculpting since 2010. We're just running preparations to get our game Crystal Collapse, which these models are for, into pre-order state. So we were going to go and do a Kickstarter for them, but we've changed our mind on that now because a lot of high-profile Kickstarters seem to have failed to deliver. So we're a little bit worried that other people are going to kind of be a bit concerned about that. And it might put people off actually backing. So yeah, we're going to run straight to pre-order with ours. So you'll guarantee that when you pledge for it, you get your gear. And it'll be a quick turnaround as well because we're doing all local supply. We're not doing like any Chinese outsourcing or any of that kind of business. So yeah, normally I'd be sculpting, but I am coming to the end of my stream, to be honest, because every time I talk at the moment, I'm feeling a cough building. I think I may have been a bit premature jumping back on streams so quickly. So yeah, when I do my supports, guys, I'm doing them manually. So I'll start with an auto support. I'll start with an island detection in Lychee. And go out, find all the islands, drop them all in. I usually want to minimise the number of supports going up to the model. Anybody's got any questions, feel free to ask. I do run an Ask Me Anything policy. We've been talking about, we had Elston in the chat earlier on asking why T-Rex has got such short arms. Can they touch their fingers together? And was it through selective breeding, or did all the long arm T-Rexes just all die off and all that was left was the little stumpy ones? So, nothing is off the table. We did have a discussion about it. Come on, there's got to be another support here somewhere. They did indeed, mate. I don't know. I still think it was. If T-Rexes were meant to have had longer arms, they'd have developed them. Yeah, we've also been talking 3D printers, Black Friday deals, resins, etc. So if you've got any questions, feel free to chip in. Why is that there? No way I'd have chosen to put that there. Let's try and connect that to there instead. Winner. Oh mate, do you know what? Yes, correct. However, the Elegoo Saturn Ultra, Saturn 3 Ultra, absolutely fantastic bit of kit. And I always hate Elegoo printers because of that stupid ball, spring-loaded ball joint. Hey Paige Mustang, thank you for joining the chat. Correct. This is our Hob Killer, we're calling him. He's going to be a mercenary of the month for Crystal Collapse. 40mm scale. But the only way anybody gets their hands on this guy is by pre-ordering the game and signing up for the mailing list. So he's a promo specific one. So if anybody wants to find out more about Crystal Collapse and get onto the mailing list, by the way, you head over to my website lionstower.com. We've got a page on here. Let's make just showing resins. We've got a page on here for Crystal Collapse, which shows you what the game's all about. And up here you've got an option to sign up for the mailing list. If you do that, we'll let you know when the pre-orders go live. You'll be able to come back on here then, pick up your pre-order, and because you've signed up for the mailing list, you'll get Hob Killer / Goblin Slayer thrown into your order free of charge. So we've got these characters so far. We've got the Kingdom of Varlin. We've got 4 models there. Obviously they're drawings, not actual models. We've got House Basalia. Got 2 of these still to complete, but they're ready to go other than that. And then we've got the Kingdom of Giza. These guys are all done. I've just got these 2 guys on supports at the moment. Excuse me. So yeah, head over onto the lionstower.com. Go sign up for the mailing list, and you'll be notified when we put pre-orders live. But yeah, Mike, get yourself the Saturn 3 Ultra. It's well worth it for production runs. It's fantastic, and if you use Elegoo's slicer, you also don't have to use USB sticks. Like you can remotely just Wi-Fi your stuff over. Thank you, Paige. Yeah, you can just send your stuff straight onto the printer through Wi-Fi, Mike. So you don't even need a USB stick. Oof. How's that going, mate? How are you getting on with the old YouTube vlog type jobbing? Is this you moving away from like live streaming then, or? feel out of touch at the moment, mate. I think he should be fine. Let's move over to little Taro. So Taro is a little alchemist. He wasn't always like this. He was one of these cat folk originally. But basically ended up... What's going on here? Where's all the islands? Yeah, he basically ended up polymorphing himself permanently by accident. You don't see Twitch continuing. What do you mean for you generally, or just Twitch as a platform? I know you've been using Kick, haven't you? Well, I seem to have lost some island detection on this little dude. Kick's dead. I only had a notification from you on that the other night, didn't I? So what's going on then, mate? That's better. Ah, right. So is this like when I joined tribes? And it shot me in the ass. Which one are you talking about, mate? Is that Twitch is still financially worth it, or YouTube? Because YouTube, the thing I found with it was like, to get to the monetization level is far more difficult, isn't it? Because you've got to hit such high levels. Obviously, it's easy to get monetization on Twitch, but you're dealing with Twitch then. But as you know, I've never on Kick. For me, it's never really been about kind of like trying to generate income from streaming. This is more just holding me to account and making sure I deliver my work when I need to, and also give me a bit of banter and a bit of company while I'm grafting. %, after 90 days. That's not bad going, mate. You got more subs than I have on YouTube. I've been on there for bloody ages. But then again, you got the bigger streaming community, haven't you, on yours? You built it all up yourself. Do that if I can help it. Yeah, that'll do it for you, mate. So I obviously have the, for me it's, I've also got the kids. So I end up having to do like family stuff a lot. Plus, obviously, the commissions I end up taking on, and a lot of them can't be shown online, so I can't commit to streaming every day. Where did that one go? Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? If you're gonna do it, you've got to commit. And a lot of people I know, like, do you know Luke at Geek Gaming Scenics? So no, he completely bailed on it recently. Like, literally made a video saying this is my last video, and it actually was. He's got out of the industry altogether because he's done fantastically well for himself, but it's burnt him out so bad trying to do it. He was just like, yeah, I need a break. So he tried to do a video of the castle build last night. The camera battery died midway. Lighting was a menace, and just about everything else stressed you. Namely, your phone being the screen feed camera. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, I can see that, mate. We got Max and Vong in Germany are making the videos and stuff at the moment. And we're really lucky because Vong is not a name you know at the moment, actually, but he's one of the guys we're working with to get Crystal Collapse ready. Hey Orange Dan, how you doing? No, this is these are models for our Crystal Collapse game. Where is? Oh, there they are. So basically, when we're 3D printing models, we have to put the supports on. So the stuff I do, generally speaking, goes out to customers to come and purchase the files. So we sell the models pre-supported because I print these models myself. I test print them. I sell them direct to the public, so people can come to my web store and they can buy them off me. So they have to be, for me, they have to be able to be printed quickly and easily with minimal cleanup. So with these guys, what I would expect is typically these supports will just pluck off and leave no damage whatsoever. And it'll be super fast. But it's obviously it's part of the manufacturing process. So it's a similar kind of thing to having sprues for metal, because the model can't just print in thin air. There has to be something for it to attach to. So we've got these things called islands. So if we look at the we look at this bit here, all of these little red dots are islands, which if I slice the model up like this, you'll see the red dots are the areas that appear first without actually being attached to another part of the model. So like this one here is appearing as an island, so this bit's going to appear before the rest of this strip appears. So yeah, these supports, so basically the supports I do, they're always 24mm tips, sometimes smaller. Sorry, 0.24mm, not 24mm. So I've done models for casting in metal and resin before, and anytime I'm going to do anything now for any customers, I'm always recommending that they should just 3D print directly. The main reason being the actual product quality is better. So you don't have to worry about the undercuts, you don't have to worry about the sculpting nuances that you've got to account for in metal and resin. You don't have to worry about chopping the model into pieces. Like this guy you'd never be able to cast him in metal because of this bit up here. It'd have to be in pieces, so it'd be a pain. So yeah, so basically what we do, rather than dealing with resin casting would give you a better print quality than metal, and you can take more undercuts than you can with a metal cast. However, the downside is you still have to deal with mould lines and mould shrinkage. Obviously with 3D printing it's not an issue. Every 3D print comes out is essentially master quality as long as it's cleaned up properly. So say with my ones I always make sure that the cleanup is absolutely minimal. So if you ever buy any models from my website, what you basically end up getting is models that are literally ready to just glue to a base and paint. Yeah, investment casting. Investment casting is good because obviously it's only viable for heavy metals and precious metals, because you end up having to destroy the mold to get them out. But yeah, the tree kind of spruce type thing that you would have in that lost wax investment casting method is the same kind of thing as these basically. In fact, you can actually print these models in castable wax, so you can just put this whole thing with the sprues straight into a mold and just burn the whole thing out. You've got to use the right product, obviously. Can't just do it with any old resin. But so with these, the key thing is to try and create anchors at the lowest islands. So we want little clusters of supports that are going to kind of hold each other like rigid, and provide enough surface area that the model's not going to end up just detaching. So sometimes I put one support in an area, sometimes you'll see me put a little cluster of them. November Rains, how you doing? Bronze work. Yeah, investment casting is really it's a good method. I've used it for jewellery in the past, but only kind of like very limited. I say for models and stuff, it's not really as viable because the moulds are quite destructive. Sorry, the demoulding process is destructive. And obviously you don't really want to be casting miniatures in like bronze and steel and things like that. But I say as an actual production method, it is a good one, provided you've got the right kit and you're prepared for it and stuff. But yeah, it's nice to not have the some of the issues you get with the like resin and metal moulds, namely things like mould lines and stuff would be the main one. So you see this white ring comes in, and as the ring gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, that's focusing into an island. So where we hit the smallest part, that's where we want the biggest density and clustering of support tips, because that's where it's going to be taking all the slack. Hey zombie, how you doing? Hope you're keeping well today. Right, so this little yeah, centrifugal casting is the kind of the industry standard for metal miniatures as well. So companies like Footsore Miniatures, who I work with, they do all of their models in metal still. So most of their molds are vulcanized rubber cakes that are spun in a centrifuge machine. They're very popular amongst old school miniature gamers who just like the weight of a metal model in your hand, basically. Because there's no people going about it being superior and all this kind of stuff. Quality wise, actually, between metal and resin, like cast models, it's not a great deal of difference. The biggest difference is you'll spot when you start moving from you start going to the 3D printed side of things. And a lot of people just don't trust that, but there's a lot of crap out there on the market as well. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of people go out and buy 3D printed models, and they're, you know, people have just gone out and bought a 3D printer and gone, oh, I'm going to sell stuff now. And obviously, if they don't know what they're doing and they're not, you know, familiar with the products, you get major dramas going on. What's that? You did it for casting some gum tree seed pods for a sculpture. That sounds interesting. It flew across the room and embedded itself, for God's sake. What was that, when you were trying to demold, or was that the centrifuge? That sounds calamitous, that does. Oh my god, the liquid. Oh, nasty. Is it not boxed in then? All the ones I've seen, they're in a box, and like the insides of the box are they're usually kind of like, they've got like a ring of like metal around the outside, where that's obviously what happens. Because when the mould's vented, it vents to the outside of the mould. There's got to be a little bit of somewhere for the air to get out, but you do get a bit of metal getting out of there. That's violent, vicious stuff, that is. Oh my god, it flew up and out, God's sake. Yeah, they've normally got safety measures. Centrifugal casting machines, they've normally got safety measures that prevents that kind of thing. But what you do find is a lot of the centrifuge machines, they're quite old. Like, you don't see many people buying new centrifuge, even in like the miniatures industry. I mean, like loads of like Facebook groups and stuff for miniature manufacturers and things. And so many people are still buying like second-hand equipment that's like ages old. Oh, so if you didn't have leg surgery already, you'd be having it again soon, wouldn't you? Yeah, you definitely don't want to be on the receiving end of a high-velocity liquid tin or pewter. Now we're looking for gilt. I think I'm going to need a couple of supports here. They're not actually, there's no islands showing, but let's put a little tree of supports here. Just to act as a small anchor. A couple on the leg. There you go. Hey, no worries, Dennis. Catch you later, mate. Thanks for dropping in, mate. God. It's one way of decorating a cast, isn't it? A bit more memorable than a marker pen and a silly comment. Go. So, oh, fingers, there we go, get its fingers next. So saying about ease of cleanup, what I want to try and do is I want to minimise the amount of vertical supports I've got going on from the base. So you'll see I'm taking a few supports and then treeing them up. Find these low islands. Now where I want the supports to be more sturdy but they need to carry a bit more weight, I make sure we got 3 of them like that touching, so it gives me the extra diameter, the extra rigidity. What was that, Orange Dan? Excuse me. You're a wood turner now, make pens, pipes, bowls, cups and more. Oh, do you know, I find myself watching videos of that on YouTube all the time, you know. Yeah, I always end up watching videos of like people turning resin or like taking that really like, you know, that really like knotted wood that looks lovely, making it into like bowls or vases and things. So if you can do that kind of thing, man, credit to you. Bellwood, that's the stuff, yeah. I really like that stuff when they use the resin to do the infill on it. When you're positioning the models on a build plate, it's always important as well, by the way. You don't want to be putting supports onto detail faces, particularly the actual face of the model. So you spend more money on, you prefer the bellwood to straight grain, so you end up spending more. I'd have thought that stuff would be largely waste product. Guys, let me just mute you a sec, because I've got the wife calling. Give me a second. Sorry guys, I was just talking to you then and I forgot to turn the microphone back on. Like a proper clanger. Professional at this and everything I am, you know. Right, so here I've put the underside of this arm. I know for a fact this arm is going to be taking some weight. What are you saying there, Dan? You do stabilising and casting, but you haven't tried dyeing the wood. I didn't know that was a thing actually. A stabilised and dyed woolly mammoth molar. God, that sounds well cool. Right, let's just go to Show Islands. Right there. It's barely an island, is it, really? On the next one, and my thumb there, and next, where's that bad boy? What there? I'd rather have that go into there, given a choice. Let's see if I can make it happen. Yep. Next one. There it is on Goblin Slayer's arm. Well, when they're fully done, they go yellow like this, so you get the yellow check marks. That lets you know that you're supporting it's finished. Just there. Okay. Now that one I think I can probably merge to there, that should be fine. Okay, so we've now got 3 nicely supported models that need to be tested. Got 2 more still to sculpt, and then we've got the rest of the ones to do. So, this is nothing to do with Crystal Collapse. These are the models I've been working on today. So I'll show you what I'm working on. So, I haven't done all of these today, I've just done a couple of them. But this is the set I'm releasing. I'm actually still doing October's models at the moment. So I haven't even started November's. I'm running on a deficit at the moment. So this will be the full set. So we've got the Elf Song Tavern from Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. We've got the Tavern Keep, the Barkeep, Alan Ailith. We've got the 2 Bouncers, Clank and Schooner, an animated armour, and a half ogre bouncer, female. We've got 2 male waiters over here. These guys are actually for a separate encounter, but they're shield dwarf labourers and a mason. And then we get over here, we've got a trio of chefs. So we've got Halfling Gordon Ramsay. I've got a kind of Marco Pierre White inspired pastry chef. And a blind chef. So that'll be a little set there. Once I finish them, I'll probably add a little stove, some pots and pans and things like that. Yeah, I had to do it really. It was supposed to be a cheery head chef. But when was the last time you saw a cheery head chef anywhere? Do you know what I mean? I thought I've got to do a miniature angry Gordon Ramsay. Just top up my lemon and ginger tea, which by now is far too steeped in ginger. Holy cow, that's killer. Let's get this guy's hand back on. Oh, cheers, Orange. I mean, guys, let me just quickly ring you up my website as well. There we go. So every order placed on our website in November gets this lovely lady added for free if you spend over £40. We've got tons and tons of stuff. One of the things we do have on here is a lucky dip as well, so if you ever want anything and you're not sure what you want, £2 and we'll throw a random miniature in there. Yeah, it's in the UK. We still ship to the US though. We'll ship worldwide, so, and we do free worldwide shipping. If you spend over £75, you get free shipping worldwide. There's a little counter at the top here. It's not there at the moment. There's a little counter. Once you start putting stuff in your basket, you get a little heads up about it at the top. So you've got tons and tons and tons of models in here. I've been releasing models since 2016. Oh, there you go. Bunker's just throwing a 20% discount, is it? Or 25% discount? 25%, there you go. 25% discount code into the chat. So if you want the STL files, you can grab them. If you want actual resin miniatures, you can come and get them. So it's sorted by most popular at the moment. So Lucky Dip, we've got Baldrius the Cambion, Infernal Paladins. Yeah, it absolutely is. And like I say, for us, I think we pay on shipping based on weight, and resin models are not heavy. So what we figured out was by the time you've spent enough money to push us into the next weight category, like, I would still want to give it to you for free. So we do various things. I mean, we've got King Garmund of the Kingdom of Telarius here, so he's quite a you know, a lot of my designs, they've got this kind of anime kind of inspired kind of things. I've grown up with Final Fantasy and all of those kinds of games. I've got a lot of influence graphically and visually from those kinds of like games. I don't really do like the big bulkiness that you would find in what do you call it, in World of Warcraft. But we got like, you got here Antara, you got the bit of Assassin's Creed influence creeping in. This one my son made when he was 6 years old. He was sitting in my office during lockdown and he made this, so we sell that as well. This guy's a big unit, big Leonin kind of warrior. Ifrit here, he's a big. I've got one of him on the printer actually at the moment for a customer. So yeah, so we've got, there's loads and loads and loads of stuff in here. If you've read any of the Legend of Drizzt books as well, I do a whole range of models that cover them. So this is Jarl Axel. We've got Wolfgar Heroes of the Dale, so that's the set. So we've got Wolfgar, we've got Bruna Battlehammer, we've got Catty Bree. Here's a new one we've added, the Vrock on a Rock. Got some skeletal minotaurs, Lulu the Holophant, Lucinda the Infernal Fiend. It's basically a big ass pit fiend. She's a big model, she's then. We've got a few like this. This is my yeah, she just when I had to duck off the call, duck off and mute the call a minute ago. It's because she was phoning me on the way down to pick the kids up. So there you go, Eleanor and Griblet. Zachnafane. A knoll on the grassy knoll. I say I can't help you with that one, but I can sort you out with the Vrock on a Rock. We've got some gibbering bandits. This guy's actually biting his own finger off, but this one's throwing a turd. So there's little Easter eggs in some of my sculpts as well, which don't know if you saw Mike doing the Count Olaf model, but he was wearing Crocs and things like that. So there's always like little things in there that crop up. Here we go, Heroes of the Dale set. So we've got Drizzt Do'Urden, Guinevere the Panther, Regis the Halfling, Bruna Battlehammer, Catty Bree, and Wolfgar. So if you've ever read the Legend of Drizzt books, this is how I picture them to be. From the I think I read like 15, 16 of the books in the end. I just had this like image of them in my brain. I just needed to get them out and actually make them a thing. There you go, there's Count Olaf with his Crocs on. We've got these guys as well, little Koroks made. Fair play. Yeah, we've got some little Koroks. If you played any of the Zelda games recently, you end up running around trying to collect 1,000 of these, and it's they live rent free in your brain. There you go. Then if you're getting down into like the World of Warcraft type things you were after before, we've got like Kingdom of Telarius models. They're a Final Fantasy inspired army set. So we've got a unit of ogres. This is the captain, but we've got a unit of these guys over here. We've got the Order of the Dragon. So, unit of dragon spearmen. Got halberdiers, archers, we've got knights. Yeah, all my own designs. Got this guy here, he's one of my favourites, Cedric the Dark Knight. Cheers, Dan. Kotaro is like a ninja assassin. There we go, this guy's going to be miniature of the month for next month. Anyone know any monk models that aren't Kung Fu style and more karate style? Sadly not, mate. I mean, I've got Grandmaster Kang, who's very much Kung Fu. I've got my actual monks here, who are, again, probably more Kung Fu than karate. and then the actual the monk orders, I based them on the tiefling. Oh, the monk. Sorry. Yeah, I got my tiefling barbarian here as well. He's a bit Thanosy. Thanos meets Hellboy was the vibe I was going for there. Although I have to say the half orc one's one of my favourites. Or favourite versions of that model at least. Yeah, big ass bear. Oh yeah. No, the ones you're looking at here, they're all printed. These prices, it's a standard we do. Single miniature is about £7.20 unless they're particularly big. Smaller models could be about. Oh god, I've got a price list actually. There we go. So like, let's find some examples. So like the Cult of Tiamat there. We got. Yeah, and again, if you look at the costings on things like Games Workshop, the prices are phenomenally much higher than what I charge. Single miniatures we look at £7.20 for a baseline. Give me a second. £7.20 is a baseline for a single miniature. We've got larger ones that are about £8.40, like the big barbarian and the lion leaning guy. Yeah, you need the spreadsheets. You can't keep track of nothing if you haven't got a spreadsheet like this. I mean, I've got 350 lines on this spreadsheet, but a lot of the stuff that's on this spreadsheet is units of 10 or more models. So there's probably close to 1,000 models indexed on this spreadsheet. Here we go. So like zombies, for example, we charge £4.80 for a zombie. But I do the zombies as a set. So if you wanted to buy a single zombie, it'd be £4.80 for one. Oh yeah. I've done thousands of models over the years. I'm trying to find somewhere we've got sets now. So you go. So like, it's a mercenary company. We'd be looking at probably £4.80 for a mercenary. If we were selling them individually, but we sell them in sets. So as a set, you've got set of five mercenaries is £24. Set of 6 is £28.80. But it works out about £4 a model. So you know what? I'd love to say yes, but I haven't. No, I've got a couple of customers who, on a month by month basis, they're waiting for the new stuff to drop and then they order it as soon as it lands. So I've got a couple of good customers like that who are reliable, that you know new models are going to drop and they're going to be straight in there. And that's always nice. It's always nice to get those kind of people. But I am going to be changing up the Patreon shortly as well. I did mention it before, but what I'm going to be doing is basically just taking requests. I'm burnt out a little bit from doing all of this Descent into Avernus stuff for like 3 years. So I'm going to take a little break from doing Descent into Avernus content. Probably after December. What I'm going to do is, on the Patreon, anybody who's a subscriber on Patreon, they'll be able to kind of post in there and say these are the things we'd like you to make. And I'm just going to work through requests from subscribers. So, you know, no matter what it might be, how daft it might seem, or whatever else, it'll just be like, right, you've asked for this, here it is. You've asked for this, here it is. And obviously, what we'll do is I'll have to come up with some way of kind of randomising it or balancing it a little bit to make sure it's not just like, you know, somebody coming up and saying, well, these are all the models I want. There's 85 models here. Please make them all. Do you know what I mean? That's not the point of it. The point of it is to kind of give everybody a fair chance of getting their stuff made. So yeah, if anybody wants to sign up and join up for the Patreon and start making requests and things, feel free. Oh God. Ignore the gammy musculature that's all hidden inside the model. You can't see this bit. Do it, man. Get some World of Warcraft on. I'll have my hey, what the Forge are you doing? I'll have my kids rocking up home in a bit, so I'll have to get off and go spend a bit of time with them, do homework with little man, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, Orange, you're always welcome, mate. Everybody's always welcome. I say usually, as long as all's well, I'm on for like 3 days a week. McNancy, what are the favourite games that use minis? Personally speaking, I love, as a sci-fi game, I like Infinity. Fantasy wise, we've got Frostgrave, great little game. We've got some what's going on here? Oh, sorry guys, we're past the million poly mark, so it's starting to lag up a bit. Need to hide stuff. Yeah, Frostgrave is a good one. If you're into the Viking type things, there's a game called Ragnarok, Heavy Metal Combat in a Viking Age. It's by Osprey Games, that's another good one. Stargrave, again if you're into Frostgrave but you want a more sci-fi type thing, have a look at that. If you're liking your ancient Greeks, I would definitely advise get stuck in with a little bit of Mortal Gods from Footsore. Also if you like Spartacus or Plebs, I like the whole ancient Rome vibe. They also do Gangs of Rome, which is a very good like skirmish format game. And I also play the Baron's War. Baron's War is more of it is a historical war game, set in like the 1400s, Dark Ages. I'm biased, of course. I made the terrain for them, but the game is really, really good. But obviously, when you're playing historical gaming, it's not about kind of heroes running rampant and murdering loads of people and, you know, getting massive kill counts. It's more about the strategy of it. So you don't really have that kind of you know, very high damage dealing stuff going on. But the game's great. The game's brilliant. I'd definitely recommend it. And they've also done get me words out. They've also done the Crusades version of it as well. So their latest expansion to Baron's War is called Outremer. You did 15 grand at a con. Well done, man. Great stuff, man. I'm really sorry I couldn't help you with that one. So today's my first day back in the office with kind of post-COVID recovery. But if you need anything else and you've got a bit more of a lead up to it, then by all means give us a shout. What was the story behind the death whistles anyway? Because it looked quite an interesting concept, but I was on my arse at the time, like really kind of feel, so I didn't get a chance to kind of really kind of engage with you properly on it. I'm going to have this guy looking into his bowl. Or not. Kind of don't want to go too Stevie Wonder with him, you know what I mean? What, this way? Yeah, that works. Speaking of plop, let's plop a little something in his bowl. Hey Mike, how you doing, mate? Do you know, I did a set of models inspired by Hero Quest, and it's the they're all undead heroes, but they're the undead heroes from the original Hero Quest game. Yeah, let's have a look at that. I want to ask you a question that I've asked another streamer's chat yesterday. What's the most recent mind-expanding thing you've learned in Zbrush? Tiny label says split screen mode that you can find under transform. What's mine? Oh, I don't actually know. You know what I'm like? I'm a kind of a sucker for sticking with the things I know. I mean the thick skin thing that I can't remember if it was you or Riz told me about. The thick skin thing was obviously quite a game changer for kind of being able to control the depth of the models, depth of strokes. I've previously used Morph Target and the Layers brush to do the same kind of thing. Yeah, I don't really tend to kind of play with ZBrush too much. I tend to just do the same thing over and over and over and over again. It's more about, for me, it's more about repetition and building speed to be able to kind of get things like produced. Yeah, totally. So for me, so when I first started, let me just explain a little bit of something here, right? So when I first started, I took on a set of commissions for Cursed Empire, and I've worked with Chris before at Cursed Empire. I did his old miniature range in green stuff like 20 odd years ago. So when he was looking to reinvigorate his miniature range, he came back to me, which obviously was lovely to get a repeat customer. And let me just save this first. So the miniatures, I just started doing full time. So I'd only just at that point made the transition to go to full time, and it was taking me around about 12 hours to do a model. So I was thinking like my my per mini rate is like 450 quid. Divide that by 12 gives us like 36 quid, £37 or something like that. So £37 an hour roughly, and I agreed an hourly rate with Chris. And then we got to a point where, through repetition and through practice and doing the same things over and over again, without learning any new tools or anything else, my time to do a model went from somewhere in the region of 12 hours to around about 4 to 5. So if you've ever watched any of the streams I've done for Chris, generally speaking, I'd have started at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'd have probably finished by about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even complicated character sculpts, I'd have finished by about 4 o'clock. And I'll have finished the model and supported it. So yeah, now this is where it kicks in now, right? Because what was happening then is I'm still charging Chris an hourly rate. But what I'm doing is I'm sculpting models now that are better than they were when I first started, and they're happening in about a third of the time. So had I just agreed a per miniature rate with him, then I'd obviously have been making a lot more money. So making more models in less time means that I earn more money. Whereas when you agree an hourly rate with somebody, you end up making the same amount of money no matter how much product you produce. It's based on the time you work. So absolutely better for Chris. we've had a few chats about kind of making it work, because at the moment it doesn't actually. You'll notice I haven't sculpted anything for Cursed Empire for a while, and the reason being is because at the moment Chris isn't in a position where he's got the demand for the miniatures. He's working up his third edition roleplay, so the roleplay is about to go live, so he'll have that up soon. And actually, do you know what? Let me just give this a bit of a plug, because it is a great game. The quality is looking immense, so definitely encourage you to go and check it out. Here we go. I'm going to pop this link in the chat for you guys. Have a little mooch of that and go and sign up. So basically what he's done is the roleplay has been around for over 30 years, but he's now done it as a 5th edition companion as well. So there is a kind of, as well as being its own standalone RPG, he's created the 5th edition kind of plugin for it, so you can run it as a 5th edition campaign, use the setting and everything else. Artwork is just amazing in there. Production value is just second to none. Honest to God, if you want just a visual feast to just fuel your imagination, get stuck in, get following it, get on board with that, because it is brilliant. So once that's up and running, there's potentially then more demand for the miniatures. But there's also a tabletop dungeon crawler to follow, which will be very miniature heavy. And that's when we start working together more. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to end up doing it in such a way that I'm going to end up doing all the production for the models. So we'll have I'll be sculpting the stuff for him, but I'll be producing it, and we'll be doing it on a royalties basis, I think. So we got to iron out the particulars and sort it out, but it's the only way I can carry on working on it. Which means that he's not going to be hugely out of pocket on the sculpting costs. Because at the moment it's all upfront cost, you know what I mean? But point is, from a freelance point of view, never ever 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 work on an hourly rate. Never. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You're not an employee, you're a contractor, you're a freelancer, you're your own business and stuff like that. If you want to work for somebody else and you want to work on an hourly basis, you get a job with them, do you know what I mean? You don't do it as a freelancer. So that was my first mistake, being self-employed. The other thing I found as well, which comes back to what we're saying about what have you learned about Zbrush? Having a regular workflow. It's like jumping into like new tools and stuff's all well and good, and experimenting with things. But once you get a feel for what you're doing, that practice and the refinement and just being able to do things with muscle memory and not having to think about it is worth its weight in gold. It's worth more than any kind of like new tools that Zbrush is going to throw in or anything like that. You find a good way to work, do it, so it's effective for you. Oh, hang on. So yeah, you did in the past couple of days last week. What, you agreed an hourly rate or? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but that stuff was cool, and it pays off because it was something you needed. Do you know what I mean, for presentation? Things like that you can't really you can't grumble about really, because it's like your presentation because of that is much better. I think the thing I'm getting at is more a case of like, rather than spending all your time trying to practice different skills and trying to work out different things, like 90% of the stuff that Zbrush does is of no value or use to me. So there's no point in me spending time and effort trying to make it work when actually I can just, you know, I can just do my own thing and just put a little splat on your top. No, I don't use simulations. Never use simulations. I did toy with the idea when they first came out, but no, you got to remember I've been sculpting miniatures by hand, as in like in needle-type putty and stuff like that. I've been sculpting miniatures by hand like that for probably close to 25 years now. It's just kind of second nature to me to like know where to put the folds and things. And I always think when you actually use the dynamic simulations, I don't think they actually work. They do work, but they don't kind of look right to me. Not for the effect I'm trying to get, at least. Do you know what I mean? So. I mean, when they introduced simulations into Zbrush, I actually created a whole menu for it, planning to, you know, a little quick menu on the side here. I've got my dynamics is anchored to the left. Never touched it. I had a little tinker, and from what I saw, there wasn't enough to kind of make me want to kind of keep trying to use it. We're saying that, like, yeah, when you want a really stylized like thing, it's really difficult to get using the Zbrush tools that they give you. Does that look shit, or is that? They're supposed to be like globs of. Globs of like batter or something like that. Yeah, sorry, I'll stick with it. Fair play, what the forge. Oh, take it easy, yeah. I'll catch up with you later. Right, guys, I am gonna have to knock this on the head now. I'm gonna have to call him done. I'm feeling my voice is getting like pretty strained about now. and my nippers are back home as well, so I also need to get off and go and see them. Let me see if we can organise a little raid out. Guys, if you haven't already followed, if you want to just, if you're still lingering around and you want to chuck us a follow, so you get notified when I'm back on, please do. All appreciated. Let's go and see who's up and running. Alchemist, let's go drop you into him. Well, guys, thank you all for joining me. Thank you for all the raiders for sticking around and hanging about. And I'll be possibly back tomorrow, all being well, as long as I haven't like pushed myself too hard today. But yeah, catch you later, taters, and adios, people. if I don't die by tomorrow, yeah. Right, people, thanks very much. We're going to go raid Alki now, so go over and say hello, and I'll catch you later. Take it easy, all. Adios, people. Bye-bye.
Love shot.